imagine he get his 6-figure income as a part-timer. And what happened? Not only that, with his meeting mentality, he qualified to Titan. It's almost a year that he's in Titan. Did you know that meeting mentality is the highest form of discipline? So that's why when you have the discipline in you, you can surely get ahead in life. It doesn't matter what you do. If you have no discipline, you're not going to prosper. Right? That's why we are here today when we say discipline. We'd like you guys to come and take a seat and focus, because it's not how we start, it's how we finish. So without any further ado, I would like to welcome our very own BC. If he's in the room, BC, can you come out? Yes.
And who wants both? Common sense, right? You build a house not only not only deep, but you also build it wide. That is the really sound business strategy, right? And that is the reason why which bubble chart do you think most likely requires a trainer's involvement? And by the way, like if you were to ask my opinion, like I'd rather treat each and every person, duplicate myself so that I could have more trainers in my team so that they could also take care of their teams as well. And they'll also have different, they also have solid businesses as well. Okay? So that's why you'll see here that as you read the bubble chart, okay, there is actually statistics in WSP that has actually been time and again proven by all of the leaders who came before you. And you see here that in order for you to get 1 deep, okay, you need to have 4 wide, as what you can see on the screen right now. Okay? You need to, in order for you to get 1 deep, you need to have 4 wide. Okay? Next one, a recruit is a leg when it has 4 deep. If you're that person who only has 1 deep, you're not a leg. Perhaps you're 1/4 of a leg. Okay? Next one is 4 deep normally becomes an empty leg, which actually highly increases your probability to become a marketing director. Can I ask all of the marketing directors to stand up, please? I wanted to recognize you. Stand up. Okay? Marketing directors, stand up. Can we give a round of applause to all, please? Those people who actually stood up, and those people who were sitting down, I didn't ask them how many people they have. And most likely than not, they will be answering, I have 4 needs. Okay? For those people who are SMEs, they typically have 8 people. SMEs, please stand up. SMEs in the back, please stand up. You'll see here that the fastest way to retain a person is to go 1 wide or 1 deep. Because in the psyche, like it's human nature, if you have 1 person who's taking care of another, don't you think that your direct will have more accountability and responsibility for taking care of that person? Correct? Right? And that is the reason why you'll see here that, well, of course, we'll have a complex. Okay. So that this was just speaking, you'll be graded. Okay, so let's answer this complex, okay? From all of the things that I've actually taught you today, okay, how many legs of 4 deep do you see? I wish we had a Jeopardy, like a cube, so that we'll mix it up, but try to count, okay? How many legs? Starting from the big circle right there that says JD, okay? And like I'm blessed because this is one of my containers. Okay, JD. Okay, how many legs of 40?
2.
Who says 1? Raise your hand. Okay, people are still counting. Oh my gosh. No, you're alert, okay? Who says 1? Raise your hand. Okay, I see just a few. Who says 2? Okay. Who says 3? Okay. And who says 4? Okay. Who says 5 or more? Okay. Who doesn't know how to count? The answer is
2.
2. Okay, let's count. So you'll see here that Jennifer, one of our containers in Italians, actually have 2 legs of 40, and that is the reason why you'll see that these 2 legs 1. Okay. 0. So because like we have 0, majority is a yes. No, but you'll see here that there are no legs of the seat. Okay. Now let's do another one. A quiz. How many legs of 4D do you see here starting from the violet circle that says PN? Okay. How many legs of 4D? Five more seconds. Who says 4? Who says 3? Who says 2? Who says 1? Who says no one, right? So it's actually 4. Okay. Now let's go to the next one. How many legs of 8D? I'll give you 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Who says 3? Who says 2? Okay. Who says 1? Very good. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're getting better at this quiz, huh? Okay. So, of course, now that you know how to read wide, how to read deep, of course, you would ask the question, what do I do now? I know how to read, but what do I do about it? Right? Of course, work with your trainer to build the business through your bubble chart. Okay? So that's the reason why I want to give credit to Everest. Can we give a round of applause to Everest for being a really good partner in making sure that our business is a solid one. And that is the reason why, for those people, especially new people who are not too familiar with the Everest bubbler, please make sure the person who invited you here, because you should be in the Everest bubbler. Did you know that this is a very powerful tool in order for you to track first, of course, how many people have you shared the Saving Your Future book? How many people have already attended the workshops? How many people have you done the personal financial strategies for all your clients? And who they know more? And that is the reason why you see the versatility of the tool that Everest has provided us in collaboration with World System Builder. Isn't this a powerful tool to track your business? Absolutely. And that is the reason why, given that you already have tools in place to make your business successful, think about this. In my conversation with many of our campaigners in our team, they always question, oh my gosh, they got it canceled, someone said no, etc. And they only text or they only call. But did you know that if I were to show you that there are 4 ways to get in touch with your prospect, isn't that amazing? And that is why in the trainer manual and the agenda book, you are already given a guide. And if you have one prospect, there are 8 different ways to contact and follow up, such as drop by, stop by, brochures and flyers, SYF for the workbook, even the survey card, invite to the BPM or workshops, and then ask for referrals, meeting, eventually, parties, and even follow up. Right? That for you, to actually right? Worse, follow up. The next bubble that I want to show you is, for me, when it comes to building, the most important one, and that is the easy start. The 8th bubble, easy start. For one new campaigner, you have to share the care and the love to that team member that you committed, that you will make them successful. So that is why you have to bring them to what they call the easy start monitoring, and that's why you have to see where are they in pre-licensing, where are they in the spouse, right? Next one is the share list. Where are they with their CC30? Where are they with their fast start kit? Did they acquire the fast start kit? Or even the personal financial strategy? Did they go to field training? And do they have that meeting mentality? Are they going to G22? Those types of things you have to always monitor. Because that is your campaigner and that might be the explosion of your business. Okay? Work with them very fast, because you know what? There is always a sense of urgency in all of the things that we're doing. And that is the reason why, for all of those campaigners who were voted 6 months, like 0 to 6 months, can you please stand up? Please stand up. 0 to 6 months. Okay? I want you to hold your notebook, and have a pen. I want them to give you this assignment. Okay? Bring out your notebook and pen. Let me give you an assignment. So this is your school, right? So I'll give you an assignment. First is, if you haven't done your proper interview yet, write it down. Okay? Write it down if you haven't done your proper interview yet. Very good. For those people who are taking notes, who haven't done proper interview. Second one is, those people who doesn't have a fast start kit yet, write it down. Next one, those people, those campaigners who escaped the house or escaped their spouse, just to be here in Trainer Academy, write that down, because the trainer needs to meet your spouse. Okay? Next is count their share list, and I think you get the gist, right? So all of those that you've written down as assignments, you need to set an appointment with your trainer immediately and tell them, I need to do this. I want to be successful in this campaign. Do you guys agree? And of course, we also have this trainer for all of our seasoned or licensed agents. You'll see here, and by the way, please sit down, thank you. You'll see here that we need to produce more trainers, because if you don't duplicate your trainer, if you don't duplicate yourself as a trainer, you'll have a very heavy burden, because you are the only person that they're behind, right? You trainers who's running for MD, who's running for SMD, who's running for national personal reviews, who actually are the people that can teach how to make money. And the next one is, who do you match up to catch up? Right? And the last one, what about those people who we call first professional meeting attendees? Those people who attend the meetings, but after the meeting they're gone. Okay? You need to give them an assignment such as, who are in the licensing classes, who are in the workshops, who are in the meeting, who are in and out, and you need to maintain and retain people. And that is the reason why, guys, one of the things that truly hit me was when Alicia's dad, Coach Swan, mentioned that we need to make sure that you delegate these tasks so that it increases the confidence of our campaigners to become great trainers in the future. Okay? And that is the reason why I wanted to share with you that the art and science of the bubble chart is the difference between a 6, 7, and 8-figure income. Of course, when they are your bubbles, even for some people who are just meeting their new campaigners right now, they say, who are you? Right? Who are you again? Even for your bubbles. Next one is What are their goals? When is the last time you talked to them? And what activity they have? If you don't know them, you can't build them. And that is the reason why I wanted to share with you that law of large numbers in this particular case is your accountability, is your responsibility. Therefore, you are in charge in making sure that this becomes reality. I wanted to bring up the album piece because I wanted to share with you a quick story of how our journey started here in this organization. So it's like me just speaking to you guys right now. So, okay. So you'll see here that this was our bubble chart before. This was G School 2016, okay? And then we only had 3 bubbles. You'll see here over, this is Excel, both of them are green jackets right now, and this is me. We actually wrote, like in G School, they gave us an assignment was putting a 90-day vision statement. And I know that we can't do it here, but one of my missions is to build a very strong base. Okay, next one. You know what? The 2016 convention was truly the turning point for our business. And that is the reason why we brought perhaps like around 5 people, right? And by the way, this is me. I know that this is my before picture, now you see the after. Okay. Now we have Albert, we have Jess, and then we also have some people from the team. And then as we actually grew, we knew the importance of big events. That's why I'm super excited on G22 because I want to stress the vision of people in G22. And that is the reason why from these events, from these meetings, you'll see that we have created more bubbles along the way, right? I believe that this is like the breakthrough in the New Orleans convention. And then we always brought them to this event. And you'll notice here that we were already rallying for G18. These are the people that we are envisioning to participate in G18. We expanded our office because, well, you know what? Like we had a bigger vision. We wanted to grow. And guess what? This is G18. This is G19. And it's kind of like circle because in G19, it's actually G19 that in G22, like we're going back to Texas and reminisce the importance of building people's mindset and building people from event to event. So please do not diminish the value of G22 because this is how we were built. In a span of like 6 years, we were able to get our EBC, and in between those years, we made sure that bubble chart was always there to guide us through. And how would you like to have this type of vision? By the way, I didn't miss the word. This is spatial. This is not super team or super base. So you'll see that there are different SMBs in our team who are not part of this chart. That is the bubble chart discipline that we have in our vision. Who would want to have this type of vision or even better? Absolutely, right? And that is the reason why it takes a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of discipline to actually execute it. So for all of those new campaigners, for all of those people who are first-time attendees in Trader Academy, I would leave you with 2 advice. 2 pieces of advice. You can't run your business like a freelancer and expect results like a CEO. The big shop that you actually saw there is a product of blood, sweat, and tears, the hard work, and the art and science and the discipline of the bubble chart here. And I wanted to show you this. You are all business owners, and I give you credit for that. You have a business, but did you know that even if you have a bubble chart, you need to be very disciplined enough because it is the biggest difference between having a business and running a business. Now what this bubble chart that I wanted to share with you in transition to the next topic is truly a remarkable one because in the process of doing your bubble chart, you will always find that one person or those two or few people that could actually explode your team. And that is what's happening in our team right now. We always continue to build Y, we always continue to build B, because we want to find that person who's committed to make sure that this also happens for them. And that is the reason why I wanted to introduce the next speaker for today. And like I think of all the people who could actually tell the story, she's the best person who could actually share with you the story that indeed, even through the bubble chart discipline, you are one recruit away from explosion. I have a lot of admiration and respect for this person. She has a big heart, but she has a spirit of a lion. So please give me please stand up and give me a warm welcome for Alicia Gray. Are you still doing that? All right, I just want to clarify this announcement that they've been making from an MC about taking a picture with me. So yesterday in the leadership meeting, I walk in and I already start to get people with their phones out like this, like waiting to stand next to me, whatever. And somehow I just come up with the idea. I said that I'm not going to take pictures with anybody unless they're registered for our next event, which is Dallas in July, called G22. And I don't want the new people to get me wrong and think that, oh man, she thinks she is. You know, how can she put requirement just to take a picture and whatnot? And look, honestly, I agree with you. I am nobody to take a picture with. Me and my dad, we don't really like to be treated how you guys, I know you love us, you're very respectful, you're very nice, but we don't feel like whatever you think we are. I don't like to use the word celebrity because we're not. Inspiration or motivation or leader or whatever, we're not. The reason why we prefer a coach, an instructor, or a trainer is because we would never ask you to do something you wouldn't do. Or we would never ask you to do something we wouldn't do. So in fact, I see myself not at all as any of those things. The more you treat us like that, the more we don't like it. Even I told some of the leadership yesterday when we were eating dinner, you know, we don't like you to put the food from the main plate to our plate. I know you're being very polite and trying to save us food, but the more little things like that are done, the more seems like there's a difference between me and you. And the reality is actually, I don't see myself as anyone special. I don't see my dad. Even though what my dad has done is special, but what he is as a person is the same like any of you sitting in this room. My dad, me and my dad had to overcome a lot of personal issues. he could go on for 2 days and you still have to stop him. But the first time, 2 minutes if he was done, he couldn't even go for 5 minutes. I can show you a video of one of my first talks. It's not loud like this. I'm a little bit more quiet, I'm slower, and you can tell that I'm thinking my words as I'm talking to you. It's a drastic difference. And so, in fact, the way I'd rather be treated is, I am your friend. I am your sister. I am your daughter. I am your coworker. I am your, cousin. Because I'm your mother. That's who I am in my everyday life. I am not whatever you want to try. I'm not I know you have to put some, when you introduce me and you say, you admire me and I'm the daughter of the biggest person in the entire company and I sacrifice so much or whatnot, but I don't see myself the same as different as any of you. People talk about my sacrifice, but I know you sacrifice too. So many of you today, you have to sacrifice just like me. Today, I had to find a sitter. Many of you also had to find a sitter. Today, I have to get a hotel room. Many of you also have to have. I flew, you drove. I also have to put in a little bit of money to buy the ticket. So do you. To me, we are going through the same thing together. But it's even actually why I'm so much more confident we can help you and get you to where you want to be. Because if something special about me or my father, then we don't have the confidence and we don't feel good to stand up on stage and say, if I can do it, then you can do it too. Because we are special, but it's a secret, we are special, okay? It's a secret, I'm actually a genius. It's a secret, I actually have a brain like Bill Gates. No. My dad had confidence issues about his accent. English is a second language. He used to write a lot of mistakes on the grammar when he writes an LO. But it was just a lot of repetition of over and over and over again. And same thing with me. The reason you see me so good about these slides is because I have done these slides over 30 times. But the first time I did these slides, you can see a lot of people witness right in front of me. I wasn't as confident when I talk about Candy Company. I wasn't as confident when I talk about compensation. I have to study from Victor Salvador. I have to study from my dad and take a lot of notes. So, anyways, the main message of that rule is that I don't mind, even though I don't really care for pictures because I don't feel like a celebrity, I know you like it for whatever reason, I have no idea why. But, okay, I don't want a picture for the sake of a picture, and I don't even know what you do with it. I don't think you even post it doesn't go up on the wall, and then you actually quit 30 days from now, and then you have a picture of me on your phone, and I don't even know you. And then make it worse, you talk crap about us behind, you're like, oh, I joined that, but it didn't work. But then my face is in your phone. Is that true? So, that's why I have to make sure that you're going to stay. And I have to make sure you have at least a little bit of commitment. If not, it's not fair. My face on your phone, and then you go and talk bad about us or whatever. So at least you gotta go to Dallas Convention. That's the reason I asked you to have a registration before you take my picture. Then we can take another picture in Dallas together. And we're gonna show, when we go down and say, look, Alicia, because of this first picture in Toronto, look, I'm an MD now. Look, I'm a president now. Right? And we're gonna travel together. Some of you have qualified for Egypt by the time we go to Dallas. And that we have to have a story is because luckily the start of this Toronto Trainer Academy that you made a commitment. Because the thing is, like what everybody talking about today, you know, of course, you're not going to learn everything in one day. But let me ask you, do you learn at least one thing today? One thing that is valuable to you and your family. You do, right? So if you give us more time, if you give us another month, you give us another 90 days, you give us 6 months, do you think that we can teach you a lot more? That's why you need to be in Dallas. That's why you need to be in the G22 convention. We can only train you if you show up. How can we train you if you don't show up? And what you're feeling right now, do you feel good right now? No. Wait until you are in a room like this, times 5. The capacity of that is 10,000 people. And let me tell you something, we're about to get on the Zoom in a little bit. And so far, with 8 locations that we have going on today, we have over 8,400 people registered. 84 people for Trainer Academy. So you can brag all you want, you're the biggest one. Okay, you are at 2,000. However, let me ask you, we're going to ask everybody to register today. And if the capacity is only 10,000, but today we already have 8,400. If you don't register today, do you think you'll have a ticket tomorrow? No. So if I were you, I would start to gather yourself. Or some of your leaders might have a little card and they can pass it to you. I'd rather you do it right now so that when we get on the Zoom later, you're going to finally be able to hear who my dad is, and see him and hear from him. And I want Toronto Trainer Academy to hold up their barcode or hold up the registration card and show them that Alicia Wynn picked Toronto Trainer Academy for a reason. If Toronto is the #1 Trainer Academy, does Toronto decide to be the #1 in G22? Then we better make sure we have 2,000 people. Money or not. I know my time. Okay, I'm there too. You have a right to, but I'm giving you over 3 months notice now. You have 3 months to figure out a babysitter situation. Is that enough time for you? You don't have money? Give us 3 months, we'll show you how to make money. I can show you how to make money in the next 90 days. That's plenty of time for me. You have a job issue? Hey! Maybe we'll help you make $5,000, $10,000 a month part-time. Is a job still an issue anymore? You have a family issue? Why don't you make extra money? Bring your whole family to us. That's how much conviction I have in the next minute. This, what you see today, is just maybe 10% of the power of a very small event. But even a small event like Trainer Academy to somebody like BC 4 years ago completely changed his life. Let alone a big convention like G22 in Dallas. So I promised everybody who came up to me earlier, I gave you the whole day so far. I promise I will sit here after. You bring up your barcode ready. I will take all the pictures you want. The only thing you need to get me out of here by 7 to let you go take my COVID test so I can fly home to America. But from the end of this till 7 o'clock, if there's a long enough line of people with U22 registration and you want a photo, I'm always happy to stand here and smile for you. But that's how important G22 is for me. I hope you don't feel, I'm not trying to eliminate anybody. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm not trying to be exclusive and act like I'm a celebrity and that's why you can only take a picture of that. But it's how much I believe into this business. Because, like I said, let me share with you this next section here. And let me share with you for the plan for the next 2 hours because I need your utmost discipline. Okay? Right now, we have one more section. Set of slides on what ways of explosion to help you understand business, the emotional, and so far we talked a lot of the logistics, the black and white, the percentage, the money, etc. But if everything is common sense, everything is perfect. But if you don't have the toughness, then you cannot make it. So this is my section here. Then I will have some time for some of the leadership, a handful of people to come up and share about their feedback from today or overall vision for the next few months and their action plan and declaration. And then, right in the last part of our meeting today is we will sign on the Zoom with all 8 locations so you can see that we are how we duplicate not just today, but all over North America, and also hear a message from Coach. So can I get from you your commitment to stay disciplined all the way to the end? Remember, you have to prove to me you want the convention to come back here. So that's the plan. And then after that, the pictures until 7 o'clock, okay? With your registration. All right. So, this is just to give you an idea. You know, Jeff Woody, he did an incredible job about the bubble chart. I think it could not be so much better, you know, given an example of what it means. You know, most of the time when we look at a bubble chart, we get impressed because it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bubbles. But he did a great example of how a bubble chart of 3 or 4 circles can be and then was April 8th, he recruited his kung fu, like on the weekend he does kung fu. So he was able to recruit someone who does kung fu with him. That person's name is HS. And HS recruited his coworker who's an engineer with him is Ellen. And Ellen recruited a assembly line worker in Southern California named Tom Liu. Okay, and that's where we have Yvonne Tran and Minta, Tim Tran, etc. That is one leg. Ellen has another leg that when they were in Vietnam in the army together, he recruited another pilot. That name is Simone Lam. Simone Lam recruited his nephew-in-law. Okay, so the person that married to his niece, and he was a big believer to this business. He was not able to pass his license for 3 years. Okay? So I know in Canada, most of you love to cry to me, Alicia, it takes 5 tests to be fully licensed in Canada. MD is so hard. That's why Chris went up here and I say, you've been an MD for how long? Because he would cry about the license and blah, blah, blah. Okay? But what about this? He did not pass for 3 years, but he believed into this business and he kept fast starting. He kept anyway. So even though he was not licensed, he recruited, okay? And I'm just gonna show all the bubbles of who he recruited. And guess what? For 3 years, no license means no money. And he recruited all these people. When he was not licensed, the people under him became CEO, multiple of them. Guess what? When he finally passed his test 3 years later, okay, he finally passed his test. The first month he made $50,000 in 1 month. And the first year he made $500,000 of being licensed. Is that okay with you? Or no, you need to wait to get licensed first before you go field training. You need to wait to get licensed first before you build a team. Is that which one is your mentality? Taylor is a great example of the exchange principle. Okay? Now, Ellen has another leg named AT, his neighbor, who recruited a gift shop owner named P, who recruited a karaoke salesman, and his name is Alex Chan. And my dad and Alex Chan would go out and they would do meetings in restaurants. They would go in basements. They would go to people's living rooms. They would do a lot of group presentations, home PPMs over and over. And that's why Alex Chan recruited one person named SC. That person recruited a clerk of a tire company in real estate, and that person's name is P.O. Penny Lloyd. Okay? And that's who we know today, one of the only female executive chairman in entire WFG, who currently makes $5 million. Okay? And she is the upline of many famous people like Yvonne May and Connie Chan and whatnot. And Alex Chan has another leg. He recruited a guy named PC who sold PC computers. And PC recruited E. I recruited LK, recruited TW, and Tim recruited, when she just said, let me recruit my near life agent, and that lady name is Judy Chow. And so Judy Chow, any legs, she is the person that recruited Victor Liao, who recruited Zong Shi, who recruited Kevin Lee, who recruited her brother-in-law, Jerry Ma, who has Jack Yang and Chloe Sue, and a big Canadian leg here, Teresa Tate Long, with Hong Mai and Mark Wynn and Vicky Escobedo and Rochelle. And so that is the story of Alex Chan. And HB, as you can see, he has a pretty good leg, just one leg so far, right? Well, he's a good recruiter. He recruited another person named DT, okay? And DT was doing a lot of appointments and forgot his jacket at the client's house. And when he came back, he bumped into and he ran into a guy named Cheeto Rojas. Okay, and Cheeto Rojas is an upline of people that we know, like Eric Collette, Victor Salvador, and Mio Rosal. So what you're looking at here is a bubble chart of over 50 CEOs and above, and over 30 millionaires in just one leg. And all the people in purple are not the CEO, but they override and recruited the CEO under them. Is that okay with you? So it doesn't matter what your title is or what time. Just go out and recruit, go out and share, go out and build, right? But the story doesn't end here. HG quit. AD quit. HS quit. So before, when Ellen became an SME, his exchange was top level. And then, so when he quit then, this person became director to coach. And AT quit, and P even quit. And that's the story of how Alex Chan became director coach. And when Alex Chan became SME, his exchange was SC. That's how Penny Lloyd became a different leg. And all these other people that we're crossing off right now also quit along the way. How many of you would quit knowing ahead of time that you're gonna have 30 millionaires under you? Anyone raise your hand? Do you think they quit at knowing they're gonna have this team? When did they quit? They quit like some of you think about it. Maybe some of you think about it tonight. Maybe some of you could think about it next week. The fact that you're hesitate so much that you didn't register for G22 show me already a quitting mindset. They don't quit knowing that they're going to have this big team. They quit when they're associate. They quit when they are just an MD. They quit when maybe they're SMD and they have a few bad months. That's when they quit. The only good thing about my dad is that he draws the bubble chart every day, just like what Woody just showed you. So it doesn't matter who quit, he always knows who's in his team. That's why you look at the whole 6 bubble before Alachan. But when they all quit, Alachan still worked for my dad directly. So, what is the lesson here? Oh, I'm sorry, before we go into the lesson, let me show you, this bubble chart is only one leg. Many of you in this room is not even included in this story. Many of you sitting in here, the Jen Zhuang leg, a totally different story. The John Woo leg, a totally different story. The Atlas Miranda leg is a totally different story. So, this is the true bubble chart today. What we showed you is only one leg, but actually, this is the real CEO and above bubble chart. We have over, whatever the number is, over 200 CEOs and above at the executive levels, and over 75 people that we help make at least $1 million. Some of those people have graduated to 1.5 million, to 2 million, to $3 million, but we were able to help at least 75 people. What I told you this morning, what the summary of today is, I'm telling you, a refugee from Vietnam who was a social worker that spoke English as a second language, not only was able to change his family, but also help 75 other people get out of their situation just like him. And I am confident I can show 75 more of you, or 7,500 more of you, or 75,000 more of you, but you gotta go to the convention. Because I can't show you if you don't come to G22 convention. So, what is the number 1 rule? Don't quit. Don't ever quit. You never know. You never know when. And come on, we don't have quotas, ladies and gentlemen. It's not that hard to just stay around. We actually go to a meeting once or twice a week. We actually go to convention twice a year. We actually go to trade academy twice a year. Not that hard. Just pay a little bit of your license upkeep. Just stay. You know, a famous quote from this old president is, nothing in this world can take place of persistence. No matter how talented you are, no matter how genius you are, no matter how much school you went to, persistence and determination are omnipotent. What it means is it's almighty. It's the highest. Doesn't matter how bad, how good, how sweet talk, or how bad talk you are, as long as you're determined and you're persistent, it will overrate everything. Number 2, but I'm going to be honest, this is not one of those get rich quick and just recruit and get lucky You think that you can build 75 millionaires just on luck? You think you can be a one recruit away from explosion by lucky? Or does it take these two words, discipline and responsibility? Why do we have to bring 2,000 of you here today? Why do we have to get 8 locations to train this? Because we need a field force that is disciplined and take responsibility, take ownership. Take ownership of their own business and take ownership of the campaign. First and foremost is physical discipline. G22. Be there. That is physical discipline. Make your schedule work. Make those, set those things aside. Set up your whatever you need to do. But not just G22. Even from now until then. Physically, go study. Get your license. Physically, go to the local training, the workshop every single week. You gotta be fair. I know many of you are very educated people. You take 4 years to get a degree, another 2 to 4 years to get a master's or a PhD. And all I'm asking you is 3 to 6 months to learn about financial education and learn about financial business. Is that pretty fair? If you can spend 4 years to get a degree, Roger, can you take 6 months to learn financial literacy? And also 6 months to learn about building a business? At least give yourself that. Number 2, emotional. This is really the killer here. Like I mentioned, you're gonna take my picture, you're gonna walk out and you call a few friends and say, I'm so excited. This girl from California, Alicia, she told me this and that. You gotta come. Oh, I heard about that already. Click. You invite them to workshops, they don't come. You call them, they don't pick up anymore. And suddenly you start to think, is there something wrong with me? Is there something wrong with my friends? Or is something wrong with them? And you start to feel sad, and then maybe your spouse get mad at you, maybe your kids give you a hard time about not being home on a Saturday morning or whatever, and eventually emotions take you over. So, look, this business is simple, but it's not easy. But there's many examples of success that have proven with our system if you have emotional and physical discipline, right? Financial discipline. Hey, this business, you heard a lot of people. BC make 100,000 in only less than 2 years of being in this business. For many people, that's a jackpot. And easy come, maybe he might have. If we sell the wrong system, we sell the wrong message. I can say, hey, everybody, the Canadian dream is make money and, buy all the fancy birds and live in the biggest house and get name brand car. There's a lot of other companies that do that. Not even companies. That's why I don't like to be a celebrity, because when you follow celebrity social media and Instagram, that's what they show to you. They show you every day they have to wear a different outfit. Me, you find all my pictures, the same black pants, the same white shirt, the same green jacket, every single convention. Why? Because for us, financial discipline, financial responsibility. How ironic. We tell people to be on a financial literacy campaign, but yet don't follow it for their personal finance. So yes, this business takes a little bit of investment, but I think we are very fair compared to any other business that I know of in North America. It's the smallest. Everything, you have to put in a little bit of money to make money. Where in the world did you get the idea that you put in as little time, as little money, but try to make the most out of it? Where did you learn that mindset from? Is that how you teach your kids? Hey, son or daughter, skip school, don't do homework, but be the smartest in the class. And you'll become the richest too. Where did you learn that? Why do you bring that to here, WFTWC? Isn't it common sense? You want to get something out of it, you got to put something into it. Put in a $100, $200 just to get the code. Put in a $100, $200 to get a license. Put in a few hours to study. And then, but the return is very good. Go ahead. You want to find other business? Go. Go ahead and apply for a loan. $300,000 to open a restaurant. Try to do retail business and buy a lot of inventory and manage that by yourself. I'm not here to argue with, it's not that one is better than the other, but I'm just here to share with you what I see for my whole life. And when it comes to financial business, what our personal philosophy is, it's not about, yes, can you have a nice car, nice house, and all the stuff, that will come. But make sure you take care of first the most important things, your financial foundation. Make sure that you can send your parents or your kids or your spouse to the best health care. Make sure you can send your kids to the best school. Make sure you can send your kids to travel and make memories together. Once you do those 4 things first, then you want to buy an extra purse, an extra car, and a leather belt, then do whatever you want. But I love our campaign because through all of those things, I've experienced all of that. I don't have enough time today, but everything from when family passed away, who's the one taking care of the funeral? My family. Because those other family don't decide to listen to us. But we're not going to leave them in the dust, so we take care of it. From the planning to the financial. What about when people get sick? Who's the only one that has a business where we don't have to ask for time off, we don't have to ask for permission, and can be in the hospital every single day? When my uncle's in the hospital, it wasn't the wife, it's my mom. Because my aunt still had a job and she cannot sit in the hospital every day waiting for her husband. When it comes to my mom's open heart surgery 3 years ago, we were able to find the best surgeon in America, not the one that my insurance can pay for. That's what financial education can do. Or travel and make memories, not just with me and my siblings and my parents, but family reunion. 72 people we did in 2019. My mom's whole family go to Vietnam. And all the uncle and aunt tell me the story of, oh, this is where we went to school. This is where we used to play the game. This is where whatever. And we brought, 72 from 1 year old baby all the way to 84 years old. And we saw where we come from, and the whole family is there to explain our roots as a family. That's why even though my family, we are the most busy, we don't see my family that much, because we're always building and traveling and doing the team with you. But guess what? We also probably the closest family you've ever seen. Because anytime anybody and a relative that needs us, we are the first one there. And the only way we're able to do that, not because my dad was a social worker, not because my mom was an accountant, but because of WFG and WSC. So, and of course, last but not least is system discipline. We know we are not perfect, right? What I mean by that is, every time we come up with something, people always want more. Alicia, why do you do in Toronto what you don't do in Winnipeg? Alicia, why do you have this language but you don't have other language? Alicia, why do you do this color but you don't have other color? Why this slide is 10 pages? Why not 20 pages? Even today, there's probably a topic you say, why do you take up this topic? Or why you don't talk about this? We know we're not perfect. But all I ask is that, are we good enough? Because I know we can never be perfect enough for you. And we can never be perfect enough to please all the thousands of people we work with. But
good enough? That's all. Then if we are good, if you feel we are good enough, if you feel like you can trust us, you feel like we have a partnership, we can work together, then let's run the same system together. Let's wear the same uniform together, even though it had 10 colors and not 11, but let's settle with 10 for now. And let's use the same presentation for now. Let's go to the 10 event for now. Things like that. Because all of us here, we can never meet the expectation that everybody wants of our team. But do we at least have the same intention? Do we have the same care? Do we have the same mission and vision together? And is that good enough for you and your family? What I appreciate about a lot of people, the team that work with my dad until today, they know he's not perfect, but they know he's good enough for them to work with him. And that we can, whatever his weakness, may be your strength. And that's why we have a community together to get better. And it is proven. Every single trainer academy, every single convention, every single trip, we're getting better and better because of teamwork. Not because of one person or one family, but because together we are good enough for each other. And we have a system, discipline, and responsibility together. Okay? So, number 3, when it comes to bubble chart, you know, you saw a lot of name, you saw a lot of circle, and most of the time people join this type of business, they look at everybody like a dollar sign. So you look at somebody on your bubble chart, you look like a name, and you're like, oh. Like you look like an Edsel, and you're like, oh, I'm so frustrated with him. Why? Because he hasn't picked up your phone. And then you look at Kathy, you're like, oh, she always gives me an excuse. She's supposed to show up today, but she didn't come. And you look at another, Ben, and you're like, oh, he always gives me a hard time. So most of the time, because we look at them like dollar signs, like we expect something from them, we want to make money from them and whatnot. But let me tell you, you gotta see people for more than what they can be. That's why Stephanie repeated my sentence, is that the hardest thing to do is to believe in people when they don't believe in themselves. Many of you are waiting to quit. It's easier to quit every day. And my job, even as much as you want to quit, I still have to call you Stacy and say, you gotta be in Toronto. I'm gonna see you there, right? I have to follow up with all of you and say, hey, Assad, hey, whoever, Nancy, you're coming, right? Because even though you're tired of me, even though you feel like you haven't got resolved, but I still have to try. I still have to believe, because if I stop believing, that's very dangerous. Right? Then we have no future for the campaign. So when you look at these bubbles, please don't look at them as dollar signs. Look at them as human beings. Look at them like your brother, your sister, your friend, your coworker. Look at them as maybe they go through challenge right now, but you are the one that keep reminding them. And eventually you will help them travel. You will help them get licensed. You'll help them get awards. You'll help them go to convention. You'll help them build a team. You'll help them become financially independent. Then you're going to help them campaign. So you got to see what they can be. And last but not least, is you got to do this over and over and over again. As much as you want to keep quitting on me, as much as I'm going to keep believing. And I have to do it over and over and over again. And as much as you don't understand the Shin Academy, the more I need to repeat it over and over and over again. Right? So, repetition and enthusiasm, it's a proven rule in advertising that people need to see an advertisement at least 7 times before they even notice it. So some of you attend today, you're like, that was an overwhelming day. I learned something, but it's a lot of information. I know that. That's why you saw a lot of people stand up this morning. They've been here 5 times, 10 times, 12 times. Some of the people in here have been over 18 times. Or maybe one day, I hope. In fact, many of them, the ones that stood up here today, some of them it's their first time. Why? Because the first 10 times, I had to be the one to repeat it over and over. But when they sat in 10 times, now they got to be the one up here to repeat it. And that's how we duplicate. So today, we have 8 locations, 8,000 people. Right? And, it's not that you only have to repeat, but you have to do it with enthusiasm. You have to smile. You have to keep believing. You have to have excitement and energy. So So you do it over and over again, but you know, people can show up and they always look like this. They still show up every meeting, but it's always hunched over and slow, right? Can you show up with a step? Can you show up with a smile? Because Bruce Lee, he said, I fear not the man who practiced 10,000 kick, but I fear the man that has practiced one kick 10,000 times. What about Trainer Academy? What about Fourbox? What about campaign intro? What about recruit and fast start? All these things that you need to learn. How many times did you do it before you gave up? 1 time, 3 times, 10 times is still not enough. So listen to coach, okay? He said, I fear not the man that practiced 10,000 presentation. I fear the man who practiced one presentation 10,000 times. Like I said, you might think that, oh, the system not perfect, but do it 10,000 times. I bet you it's gonna work. Even the imperfect version. Does that make sense? Because it's not about the material, it's not about the system, it's about the repetition and the enthusiasm and the law of large numbers. So, find something you believe in and put your life into it, okay? And with that, I want to invite some of the leadership to come up and share about what they believe in, and we'll just let the leadership talk until it's time for the Zoom, and if we have to cut off, we'll come back after the Zoom, okay? So can I call on Q Yazdani, Zia Hack, Ola Jamoke, and Dalit, Jamon, and Liz, please. Give them a big hand for coming up here.
Can you all stand up? Guys, can you all stand up? And we haven't seen for long. Can you high five the person next to you and say you're awesome? This is the big one. Good afternoon, Dr. Yasmin. My name is Joe Matthew and I'm from this city, Mississauga, where we live. That's where our office is. And I feel like it's not just Trainers Academy, I feel like I'm at a mini convention. I'm so charged up. Like, I'm thinking like, what can I do this evening when I go out? Who should I go that? Guys, I know we have a lot of newcomers here, first timers. All I want to tell you is, I was the first timer to a convention in 2006, July 27th in Orlando. That's what changed my life. That's what gave me a vision about this business. Today is your day that you're seeing your future, an opportunity that can change your life and your family's life, and also you can change many people's life. That's another main thing. See, not everyone gets excited about money. Beyond money, in this platform, we can change the life of other people. At your employment, can you change other people's life? Only teachers, yes, teachers can teach people things to change their life, and we are financial teachers, financial educators. I know we have people from all walks of life, from multiple countries, multiple age groups, sitting in this room. And I'm very excited about all the youngsters who are below 30. Anybody below 30 here? Awesome. I joined when I was 27 in 2006. I just completed my 16 years. And I wish I knew what I know today at your age. So, it's never too late. And I'm not, all the people that are older than me, don't worry. So, how can we catch up? We are not fast enough. Train more people. To catch up with the guy who started 5 years ago. We should train more people and do faster so he can catch up. And we have to utilize the system. Yes, we all think we are smart, right? We think we are smart. Not really. We need constant learning, constant motivation, and also we have to, the
teamwork is required. And that's why I feel like every convention, every training academy, every trip, every event that motivates me. To me, if I miss a Tuesday meeting or a Saturday meeting, I feel down. Yes, the miserable time in my business of 16 years was the last 2 years sitting at home and looking at the computer screen. I hate it. I don't know why, if you guys like to Zoom for the meeting and you still want to go back home to see your parents. Does it justify? Why can't you see them on the face chat? You can save money, man, but you still want to fly to see your parents. So, when you see them on video and when you see them in person, it's different, right? The same thing with the business. You need to get out of your home, go to the offices, go to the events, and also you need to go see your clients in person. Get the people face to face. The Zoom times are over. The dark ages of 24 months is over. And now, from our team Prosper, we have around 300 people here. I just want to ask these people, the team Prosper, that who came here today, can you guys bring 3 more people with you to the last dance convention? Yes, that is, Alicia, we can bring 1,200 people to the convention. And all of us sitting here, like Alicia said, you have to register tonight. If you don't register tonight, I don't know what to tell you. Because you are learning from people who made it in the business, came from average walks of life. I can tell you before I end one small story. In 2001, 200 meters from here, there's a hotel. As a Paris restaurant, I started as a best boy at $6.95 an hour. And I used to finish my night shift and walk in front of this Congress Center. 3 kilometers to Darby Avenue. I saw a transit because I didn't want to, or I could not afford to pay $2.35 for the Toronto transit because I didn't want to pay for 2 transits. Okay, so I would walk in the morning after my night shift, 3 kilometers. And I saw this opportunity in 2006, and till today, every day I'm getting more and more excited. Because if this can change my life, it can change many of your life. So you don't have to think twice. You don't have to become genius. Learn from the leaders and work with leaders. Thank you.
Sure. Morning, everybody. Good afternoon. I just want to hear. I just want to share. My name is Masood. I think many people don't know that. I just want to brief that this business is all about stories. Okay, you also can make a story. 2004, when I joined this company, I was a homemaker. Never worked for anybody. I got very early married. Have 3 kids. Raised my kids. Came to Canada to build business. In my mind, always looking for opportunities. Somebody showed me WFG with a half and half heart. Came on WFG, but not know that how can I do this. But I met a coach, I think, or head coach. First time in a convention, my SMB took me to a convention. And over there, when coach talked about the intangibles of the business, I really attracted by his talk. It like that, I saw that it was something light in the tunnel that where I'm going. And I just had to believe it. I just got to believe that if I can run this business with that great leadership, I can be somewhere in my life. And that's how my journey started. Whatever he said, whatever he trained, whatever he asked us in WSP, that time we were world team, now we are WSP. So whatever he said, he asked me to do. I was in a crowd like you. We have 2,000 people. I was one of here in a crowd, and he was here where I am today. And whatever he shared, I just believe and I start doing it. So since that, I've become a great student of the business. What my coach said, I just start doing it. And you know what happened after that? I start seeing that I was growing personally in my business and as a person also. Number 1. Number 2, I start making good money. I start helping my family. I become breadwinner of my family. I start taking care of my mother. I start taking care of my siblings who is not fortunate in life that I am and back home. And I start helping my kids. With the time passed, I see that, I actually raised my kids 2 kids gone to university, finished university, got married. I was actually that, I was a maker, money maker, right, to the house. I invested. I opened my own branch. I invested. Whatever my coach said, I will start doing it because I got to believe that, this guy who's a very regular person like me, like Manisha was sharing here about coach, his father, he was a very, very, very regular man like us, all of us here. And if he can do it, I can do it. With his supervision, with his help. So time passed by, guys. I become somebody and I came to the stage. All right. Last year, I became CEO of this company. I also earned $500,000. And that's how we change lives for many, many, many people in WSP platform. So what my request to all of you, I never missed a meeting, I never missed the event. Even my daughter got married in 2013. We had a wedding start and we have a convention. And I just gone to the convention. One convention, we were moving to the house, and the packers came to my house. That day, I reached back my convention. I never missed a meeting. Never missed a meeting. Never missed the event. Many people come to me and say that how you are a homemaker and you become very successful is only one key. Being coachable, believe in something, like Alicia showed the last slide, who said that believe something in and put your life into that. I put my life into that. And here I am very successful. My vision, my goal, I've been a very coachable student. I have a great team here. We have 300 plus people here, all USA and Canada. We have 400 team members, okay, in Trainer Academy. My goal is that they at WSP help me, WFT help me. I want to have thousands of people. We have 8,000 people in Trainer Academy, Alicia. I want to be 1,000 people this year. I want to be 8,000 people in Trainer Academy so we can, as a WSP, become 50,000. So my 1,000 there, that's my vision. That's my goal with my incredible leadership here. Who cares? I was the homemaker. Who cared? So and when was the social worker? We are the smartest people. We are the intangible people, intelligent people. Those see the light, those see the vision. And we want to build WSP very big, powerful team and cover the globally. That's what my goal now. So I just want to say that convention is so important. The way this meeting was so important, convention is the most important. So register today. I massive my team, my 300 people plus here. Please register tonight in the convention. And our goal as a team, not less than 1,000 people in the convention. Because these 1,000 people can multiply by multiple 1,000 people. And you have 1,000 people in your team because you brought 10, 20, 30 people in today leadership meeting. And tomorrow, when these 20, 30 people motivate, generate 100 and multiple 100 like me. My team in a COVID time, we made 2021 $14.5 million. Within many people are losing the job and businesses. In 2 years, we made $14.5 million. Imagine that. Is that homemaker can do this alone? No. We need a lot of big people army. In this army, many Swanman is there, many additional is there, many Johnson is there, many DJs here, many listeners are here, many people are here. Is there that we have PhD like Jan? Many quality people are there outside. We have to go and share the message. Campaign, bring people to the event, and event to event. And that's how you're going to see that from this job, you're going to be on the stage. All right? So be very comfortable and register the convention. See you, everybody, on G2022. Thank you.
Good afternoon, WSP. Good afternoon. All right, that's better. My name is Chewy Astani. Just just I want to congratulate for all of you who are for first time you have come to Trainer Academy. One round of applause for yourself. You know, guys, we are so blessed. You are in the right timing. You are on this, great leadership of Alicia, our head coach, and the right team that is WSB. Guys, when I started 18 years ago, I didn't know anything. Just I knew that how to make a big club. That's it. But right now in Trainer Academy, I know that many of you like it for first time, but you understand that if you are attending 7 times, that is great. And especially, nowadays, what's going on with Titan X. Myself personally, I'm dying to get into it. And all of this is about we have to fight to get it, to understand what's going on in this business. See, in this business, some we make it big, some we are slow, some we quit and all. What is it about? Why the difference is there? It's all about our mindset. And what happens? Controls our results. That's why if each event stretches our mindset. You have to understand this business. This business is easy, difficult to understand it. That's why we have to get into that board meeting. And one of the biggest one is happening this year is G22. And I want to see every one of you there. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, WSB. It's like, Alicia is not going to come back here. Okay, good afternoon. Still is not enough, right? Okay, my name is Zia Haq, I'm from Toronto. I joined WSB about 18 years back. And I have 3 girls at home, 2 daughters and 1 wife. So, my family. So, I built my business is all about event to event. I believe that much about the event. When I joined, yes, 2004, I know Q and the lead, we are from same group, same batch, right? But take a look. All the people who stay in the business see what about, right? So that means you cannot afford. Alicia also shared, you cannot afford to quit. You don't know what you're going to lose, right? So anyway, this Trainers Academy today, you are having you want the main dish, you have to go to the Dallas. Last Tuesday when the registration opened, no, it was Monday, sorry, Monday. I cannot wait. Any event, I know I have to go. Why to wait for it? I always try to be the first one to register for any event in my team. But this time, 4 of my assembly beat me. Right? One became 13, one became 14, I became 24. When Alicia was sharing, other than the registration list. So that much I believe the event. I know, initially when I started, I was from the blue side, right? Although I'm part of both, but sometimes you get distracted, right? So came back, I was myself went to the event, San Jose, 4 people, 10 people, right? And today I have 126. This is the biggest number for Trainers Academy. I never had 126 people. And I know last 2019 Dallas we had 101, and we came back to the PBCT, and that's how it works, the number. So I know that Alicia, we could have about 500 people to the Dallas, and as Alicia mentioned today, if all 8,000 registered today, if you don't register today, you're going to miss out. Because there is only 10,000 seats, there are already 2,000 registrations done, by the way. You guys did not check it. 2,000 registrations almost done. So now you need to register. And again, my background is so simple. Before joining WSB, I was working at the gas station, making $6 per hour, working 95 hours per week. right? A lot of people you are better situation than me. But take a look what that they have been provided last 18 years. I don't think so any other job, any other profession will provide that opportunity, right? So not only changed my life, I believe it changed my next generation's life. And so many families we have, last 2 years during pandemic, we provide 30 death claims. About $7 million. What other profession will provide that? Yes, and it will be coachable and it will be disciplined. See you all at Dallas. Thank you.
Hello, WSB. Good afternoon, WSB. My name is Olajumo Keseriki. Thank you. You know what? I need to recognize my guys from New Brunswick. You know these crazy guys? They drove all the way from New Brunswick to Toronto. Yesterday night, the crazy has scored a hit. I love you guys. Welcome. Look our new team we are bringing in New Brunswick, and they are going to grow all the way from me. First timer. Thank you guys. You're going to be big. Awesome. Thank you. I joined this company in 2008. But you know what makes me join? I was looking for a breakthrough. We are working hard to make money. But at the end of the day, after paying taxes, all expenses, all man is doing 3 jobs, but no savings. Am I going to retire? Well, I was looking for opportunity. And someone is even here. Mr. Tosho, hi, please stand up. This is my failure. You know what? To me, this company. But you know, I saw it bigger than it showed me, and I was running. I don't think this guy ever made any override on me because I not fasting. Just running because I'm hungry. You know what? Thank you for showing me the opportunity. Right? I joined in 2008. I joined, and you know what we're building? I went to an event in Los Angeles. Imagine this event changed my life. I came back, I applied for my job. You know what? I make $1 million. What am I doing there with 600,000? After tax come down to 65,000. That this is not for me. You know? I came back, I became full-time, and since then we've been running. You know what? This business is the best. Please don't waste your opportunity. You see it today, run for it. In 2009, I became full-time, and since then we've been running. 6 months I became SM in this company. But you know what? We're running, making money, confident. Wow, it's so easy to make money. But you know what? In pandemic, I decided we need to change our minds. We need to run and become big. I know we became big jackets in pandemic. We became 250,000 income. We became CEO too. Just within 2 years. In pandemic, people are losing money. Thank you. They're losing money, no income. We are making more money. You think there is a better opportunity than this? That you are sitting at home, in this room, in your small office there, and you are making money. This is what WSB can do for you. All right? Power of big events. Don't forget about J22. If you have not registered today and today. It's going to change your life. This event changed my own life, and it has changed my family life. My husband is here with me. Now we are in this business together. This is our family business. My first daughter is in the business. My son that is going to turn 18, I said should be here. But this is going to be for you too. Right? If you are not here, if you are here without your full goal of life, you are not ready for this business, be ready. You know what? Go all in and make it happen. Don't just come and say, let me just go and check it. Check it and be part of it. It's going to change your life, it's going to change your family life. And don't miss this G20 coming up. This is a breakthrough event, and it's going to change every one of you that you are new to it. It's your first time. Thank you, and God bless you.
And I'm facing that camera. All right. To the white line? Oh, as far back. Okay. All right. Can we switch our, there we go. Okay, that is Houston. Oh, that's Calgary.
Yes, yeah.
All right, we have South San Francisco.
That's the Southern California.
That one more location or what? But that one location doesn't know.
I did not correct myself.
Okay, can they hear me? Hello, check 1, 2. Trainer Academy, 8 locations.
Last one anyway, that one a giants. You wanted the giant? That the giant. No more than
I'm trying to stop.
the Canada.
Oh, I'm trying to stop.
Calgary, wow.
Hello, hello.
What about Toronto?
Hello, hello.
Actually,
Oh, we have to join the panelists. There we go. Click that, please. Yes. Click join. No, join panelist, the blue one.
Recording in progress.
Oh,
well, we just started, waiting for,
no, I'm here.
Toronto. Toronto's here.
Is this, are they working?
All right.
Okay, we're just getting on panelists now. Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me, Coach?
Yes. Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes.
Toronto, you can have a seat. The locations, can you all give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Okay, wonderful.
We just lost you.
You just lost me? Okay, now. All right, Toronto, I'm going to need the discipline to stay here. Hi, everybody. My name is Alicia Wood. In case I haven't met you, since we are divided to 8 locations today, and I am calling in from Toronto Trainer Academy. And I'm sorry to give you the bad news, but the Toronto is the biggest trainer academy ever. I told Toronto that we might come back only if they can keep up their discipline and their energy all the way to the end. So, Toronto, can you prove to them that, did you do that? So, it's been an amazing day here so far. I am so honored that I got the chance to be here. We have been trying to come to Toronto for the last few years, and finally we were able to make it happen to kick off 2022. And what a historical way to start off with this Trainer Academy with almost 2,000 people here in this location. But So it's been an incredible day. I also want to appreciate my co-speaker, Jan Swong, who was also a guest speaker to come here. She is one of the masters. Thank you so much, Jan, on her articulation about the high philosophy of our business and everything. And of course, we can see all the Toronto leadership stepping up. Everybody and you know what? I think that it's not just Toronto. Every single leader in WSB I have seen, they all called me, they texted me, they showed me that, Alicia, I have more people in this training academy. Alicia, I have 30 people in my base shop. Alicia, for the first time, I have 100 people attending. I can see the explosion is happening and the proof is in the numbers. So let's take a quick look. We're not going to have time for a few everything, but we do want to highlight all the locations. This is another historical moment. We did this the first time a few months ago in November of 2021. We had the first off was nine locations at that time, and but the number was probably I think about half of what we see today. So everybody can see the momentum is hot right now, and WSB is knowing exactly who we are, knowing what we're doing, and in absolutely the right direction. And that's how just a short few months we're able to double or triple from the last trainer academy that we did 7 locations, 9 locations, now we have 8 locations, and how strong we are. So what I call a mirror location, all we're going to do, we don't have time for you to unmute, but you just wave and you show the big crowd of your trainer academy so that we can let everybody see we have a total of over 8,500, all over 8 locations, and every single room is packed. Every single chair is taken, okay? So let's start off on this East Coast here. We start off on the north in Toronto, but right below us we have Atlantic City. Atlantic City, let us see your camera and show us that crazy room. Okay, and I think Toronto, you need to do speaker view so the whole crowd can see. There we go, look at that, incredible. Oh my gosh, beautiful. Great job, Atlantic City. I know that they were able to hit almost 1,000. Okay, a great job. And then a little bit south of us in the shiny state of Florida in Orlando, we have the other trainer academy in the East Coast. And let's have them wave and let's shout out and say hello to all of you here. So I have the numbers now. Orlando is almost 1,000. It was 970 to be exact. Okay. And earlier we heard from Atlantic City, they were also at 1,000. So that we're at 2,000, 1,000, 1,000. Let's move over to a little bit to the Midwest, and we have Chicago. Chicago sold out at 770 attendees. Let's see those girls. Amazing. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I see you pushing, okay? Very good, very nice, okay? And then a little bit south of Chicago, we have Houston, Texas. a sold-out event of 1,000 in South San Francisco. Great job, San Francisco. All right, and so at this time, I'm going to give them a more proper thank you. We have so many people to thank to make this happen, from the WSB staff, all the organizers, all the volunteers, but also I want to recognize and give a special shout out to the different speakers that traveled, because they might have a team there, they might not have a team there, but for the effort of teamwork and community shift, we were able to send all trainers to different locations so that they can share the powerful training and message with you. So for example, in South San Francisco, we have Cam Wynn. In Calgary, we have Virginia Necession. In Chicago, we had Kevin Tu and Shirley Chang. In Palm Springs, we have Nita Dalal and Jason Beninado. I already mentioned about Jan Duong here in Toronto with me. In Houston, we have Jefferson Nilo and Libby Boras. And Atlantic City, we had Coach John Woo and Alex Flores. And Orlando, we had Titan X coach Victor Salvador. So let's give all those speakers a big, big hand. And I know that many of you more are traveling, and there's a lot more people like this, but that's the beauty of what we're seeing on the screen here. I have been vibrating with excitement since last night. When I hope you all like some of the new slides that was designed and being able to, articulate more about who we are, what we do, and simplify about our business. I was so excited for that to reveal to you this morning. But also, when I was sitting here at Trainer Academy and all the organizers were sending the pictures of all the 8 locations, I thought about the first Trainer Academy. And I thought about the fourth Trainer Academy. I thought about the first Trainer Academy that was just in school, Gold Street, with 300 people. And the only people that trained the whole day was me and my dad for 2 days. And then I thought about the fourth Trainer Academy, where we had to do 2 locations, right? And me and my dad had to travel from Anaheim and go to Texas. And then I thought about the next milestone that we hit, when we went from 1 in 1 weekend to 2 in 1 weekend. And then how I never would have imagined that in 2018, when we started this concept of Trainer Academy, how far we've come today. Today, we have grown to be able to do 8 locations in 1 weekend. Plan to precision in all locations, following the same agenda, the same training material. If that is not peer system, if that is not peer duplication, I don't know what else you can call it. And that is the spirit of world system building, right? So I have one big announcement that I want to share, and then one declaration, and then I'm going to pass that to Coach to share the message for the rest of our free time here. The first announcement is, a message of how WSB is constantly listening to your feedback, constantly improving, and getting better and better. You see it every single time we go to Trainer Academy. You see it every time we go to a super trip or convention. We are constantly working on ourselves because we all deserve that effort to get better and to simplify, unify, and multiply. So with that, this morning, something new that we added into our Trainer Academy was a campaign intro. Because it was such a new presentation that we announced in Launch 22 just 60 days ago, or maybe 90 days ago, in the 2 conventions that we had. So we wanted to hear from other speakers about how they do the campaign introduction, but also it's, in Toronto, we have almost 50% of people that is first time Trainer Academy. So it's so awesome to hear, for them to see exactly who we are, our mission, and an introduction to our campaign. And we've been listening, and we have been working, and we have been putting in a lot of behind the scenes effort. And I'm so excited. I hope that, our staff is ready to show you. But ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited to announce to you that the campaign intro has been approved in 2 more languages so far. Oh, I'm sorry, 3 languages. So the campaign intro, we have now in Spanish, in Chinese, and in Vietnamese. Okay? It is compliance approved and ready for distribution right after Trainer Academy is finished. So when we talk about no family left behind and saving your future, we mean it all the way. So we are starting off with our languages that match our books. That's why we're starting with this. But how many of you are so excited about the multilingual campaign intro? So we want to thank you to the WSB team that helped us translate and make this happen. So you can see at the bottom, Arlex and team, Arlex Flores and team, Blanca Panate, Shaolin, Shirley Chang and team, Matthew Do and Chunha. Can we give them a big, big hand? Okay, so that will be all coming to your inbox very soon. But Coach, before I pass it on to you, I made a rule here in Toronto for the whole day. I said that a lot of people they started walking in and they started already getting their cameras out and taking pictures. And I said, no one's allowed to take a picture with me. I said, you have to show me your barcode for G22.
And the camera, we use this camera.
San Francisco, we can hear you. Okay. So, and I explained to them is that. No, but what I just wanted to say is that, remember what I said earlier? One, I'm going to make an announcement, and second, I'm going to make a declaration. And WSB, the declaration I'm going to make is that I believe G22 is going to sell out tomorrow. That's what I believe. Let me explain to you why. The capacity of our arena is 10,000 people. And how many people do we have sitting here today in Trainer Academy alone? 8,500. And everybody today is going to register. Because if you don't, there will be everybody here that might register with one guest and it's already sold out. So Coach, I declare that WSB will sell out of G22 by tomorrow. And I don't know, we're gonna have a big problem, a big headache, but I know that's what what we need and what is our run for the next 90 days. I can see the momentum is high in all the locations right now, and that the leadership is ready to grow and to build and run to the next event. All right? So everybody, please help me stand up. All locations stand up and welcome up our coach, Mr. Swan.
Okay. Because I'm afraid they're blocking all these people, so I want to be nice to you, and I don't want you to listen to me and see other people, but follow me. So that's right. Okay, good. So I think we are making history, and I always believe this everything in me. The reason why we are here for a bigger cause and a bigger purpose. The announcement of the new based on I think like right now the electric vehicle EV industry is still a car industry, but a new industry in the transportation and car industry, and so many other industry in our business. It's time for North America and the world build a new financial industry. And you know, when I was at the Tesla garage to do some maintenance of my car, you know, their mission statement is to build a new company with not really on the car, but to fasten the use of non-fossil energy, you know, reduce the environment impact of the world, and that's part of their mission. So it's our mission. We want to educate the world in financial education. So you know, I want you to remember today we talk a lot about this trade academy. We talk about communication, but the heart and soul of what we do here is building a new industry. This is what we do. Now let's talk about communication. We talk about different model. One is traditional system. The whole industry was built up by traditional company, very big, very powerful. They've been here for hundreds of years. You know, this is the insurance industry, the investment industry. So the whole industry. That's that model where big company, high agent working for them. And then lately, in the past 40, 50 years, they're growing the other industry we call the independent agency and the general agency, where they offer to pay people a higher personal contract, producing contract, and that's two systems, and it makes this for a long time until recently. You know, roughly about 30 years ago, 40 years ago, this is coming up with a new industry like us that trying to be able to have a real time. And ever since, it's been there's been in our industry there's always a lot of battle between the traditional industry, the personal general agency of personal contract compensation, and also lately the new where we make money by building people. So to the first two industries, very easy to explain. You sign up with a company, they tell you, especially this is your manager, this is what we pay you. Then traditional. In the second contract is that this is how high your personal contract we pay you. And you trade your life. So you have a job, you go to work and pay you. And then you work for pay. In selling business, selling cars, selling house, selling financial product, you sell and pay. You sell a house, you get a check after the close escrow, you get a check. Guess what? You have to sell the next house. The insurance industry, the same thing, the investment industry. The insurance industry have a little bit more, they call it new income. You make money and long business keep growing, especially if you invest. But pretty much you make money on your own hand. And then here we come a build account, and we talk about a whole day today about permanent, temporary, you talk about fascia, associate, and the training associate, marketing director, senior marketing director, and you talk about EMD, CEO, EVC, and so thing. And we talk about 45%, 35%, 45%, 50%, 60, 5%, and 12%, 6, 4, 3, 1.5, 1%. Override and talk about 7.5, blah, blah, blah. I hope that you remember everything we said, but if you forget it, forget what we trained here today, that's okay. Because we have a manual for you. That's why we have a kit here for you. It's all in here. So we have all these things available for you. All you have to do is just pick up your poor apply and say, tell me, what is my cost? So I say, yes, sir, no, you right. What is my cost? Let me make this the way I look at my cost about building cost. People somewhere, a lot of time, you look too detailed, too much, you forgot about big picture. So sometimes you have to work on your business instead of working in your business. And I think probably John Shi will be able to talk with you more about working on your business. Because he's very strategic man. John Shi is like my counsel. Every time I want to talk about some big issue, I come to him because we need people who have a big vision and have a big picture. So this is my comment. What I understand about building. First of all, let me ask you. Let's big thing here. If you would pay to get a person in your team, like if you get paid to have an SMD, like think how much you would pay to buy a first generation like how much she worth? I mean, let me talk business on it. Just build business. Just treat her as a business. That's a store. 1 million? Give me a bidding. Don't see? For the right kind of money, John may sell to you. How much you would pay to Zhongxi so that Zhongxi release her to you? First of all, how much if you're an upline of big thing, you gotta know the return first before you buy, right? So what if she do 100,000 base shop, which she do all the time? If you're the upline of 100,000, this is testing your karma, which is training you. She your first creation, how much you make on her? 12%. So if she just do a base shop alone and do 100,000, how much you make on her? A month. And she's gonna bring you about $144,000 a year, right? That's just her. What if she build
6 SMD?
6 SMD on her, and they do only 50,000. Let's say my I'm buying her and her package as a future. Right? Let's say she has 6 tests and maybe she's going to be able to have her is about 50,000. So which is her first duration, how much you override on her first? You override 12, what about her?
6%.
6% on 300,000. How much is that? Another 18,000 a month. So about
12,000 plus 18,000, 30,000 per month.
this is about 360,000 a year. How much you would pay for that business? Oh, but by the way, what if the first duration gonna be on? Maybe just it's at 6 income, each one bill 1. Not a 6. Let's say they do 30,000. So 180.
12,000 a month.
4%.
4%
4%.
of 30,000, right? So another, 12,000 a month.
Okay, so how much altogether so far?
Close to $500,000 now.
So let's say she don't grow anything anymore. After she buys and stuff, she don't grow one more dime for the rest of her life. How much you would pay for?
For your $500,000 income. Per
You
year.
should buy a business and they're gonna bring you $500,000.
Do you know how much like supposed to be?
Okay, this is my comp. My comp is not about 25%, 35%, 45%, 65%. My comp is a look of person to see, is this person solid? Is this person gonna be a builder? Is this person gonna stay with me for another 30 years, 40 years? And how big this business is gonna be? That's my comp. I see a lot of people in this industry, a lot of people, they spend all their life chasing something, but they realize one day they go, I was not very strategic with my life. So many people spend so much of their energy, their brain, their effort, and a lot of sacrifice, personal and family, to get a very high degree, to chase after a very wonderful title, or maybe one wonderful job, but later on find out that, oh, after 20 years, spending my time into something, I realized that doesn't mean anything. I didn't do anything because I don't go to work tomorrow, or I get laid off, or if I get handicapped, or I have health challenge, or I have different kind of problem, my income is not there. Or I get fired. My business, whatever happened, take a loss. Or my career, whatever, is not in place. And 20 years later on, they find out that I may work for someone, they pay me a wonderful salary, but it's now gone. Or maybe I have a career, but now the career is not there anymore. Just for your information, the financial industry was here for a long, long time and will be here a long, long time. As long as human beings who need to have their kid go to college, as long as the need for somebody unless they have lifetime income, from anybody offer a lifetime job, but most people will have to take care of their own retirement. They have to save for their future. Then we have a business, because our business is to help people to save for their future. future, same for the children, to build a strong financial foundation. For the last 37 years in business, I always worry if my business ever go out of style or do not have to be bad. This was an issue. So our financial industry, someone always, every day with the sunrise, somebody needs some savings, some investment, some annuity, some financial for college planning, for our social security. We have anything that has anything to do with personal money. We are there. So as long as people make money, they have to save money, they have to invest. As long as people make money and they want to protect the money, they protect the income, they protect the asset, we are good. Unless the world out there has no more money around, we are out. Because as long people need their money, but I'm not in the money business like a big mistake like I used to be. I don't come here to trade my time for a salary or a sale. That's why salespeople always fall into that mistake. Because when you become a salesman, you mostly trade your time for that commission. My business is about public quality. That's why we organize it. We do lienlecanada, we do intervention. We figure out how to get people like her, building people like her, and we got growing bigger and bigger every day. We used to be like 1 or 2 lienlecanada. Now we build by usually we do a few hundred, 1 or 2,000. Now we do 8,000. And we plan probably, I predict. Alicia, I will also predict that within the next 12 months, we may go to 50 locations, number aside. This is my business. I'm in the building business, so that's why my building comes. Okay, this is what big worth to me. What if Zhongxi, how much it worth to? How much you want to pay for Zhongxi? That's including big part of Zhongxi. How much this nurse from Savannah? I don't know. How much it worth? I don't know. Kevin too. I don't know how much you want to sell to today. But we want to bid it for this. So that Kevin too gonna trade her, do the transfer fee. Because who knows what potential that can develop 5 years from now, 10 years from now from Amway. Most of you probably never see that side of business. You were in England, people like us wear a weird color jacket. Like we are a bunch of multi-level weirdo. Stand up here and do the whoosh, one team, one trip, one system, one car, so that you don't get the sleep. Or if you look into this thing and try to see, is there any gotcha here? Any problem is ever over-promise, under-deliver. You look to any tricky thing over here, and if so far we haven't made a dime like you yet, because then $125 to start a business pretty much more with a company to set you up for a big business future. With that $125, you pay to the PFG. You have access to 100 products, and you have access to licensing of all 50 states in the United States. You have access to even building in 30 provinces of Canada, and vice versa. If you're in Canada, you also pay that money and to get access in the US of 50 states in the US. And it doesn't matter whether you bring somebody here in San Francisco who invites somebody to Houston, who recruit somebody in Chicago, and from Chicago who recruit somebody in Vancouver, and the guy in Vancouver bring in somebody from Southern California, and the guy started going and recruit somebody in Toronto. That part about $25 system set up for it. That building into because that's otherwise the 6%, the 12%, 6%, 4%, 3%, 1.5%. That's meaning unless I can build in multiple locations and all the places, and also I have access to 100 products. This is what building to me. What building to me is how much time I have put in and what kind of result that is maximize my investment of my time and my money. If I'm willing, if show me if I can put more time and more money, I'm going to get better return. I would do that because I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a business person. But if I don't see that much money, many people don't see it just like me. If I don't see that money, they don't see it worth my time. So I put tiny time and tiny money, tiny effort. It's only there's no such thing to put tiny effort, tiny money, and one big return. Most people put tiny money, tiny effort because they see a probably tiny result. But you can see people willing to put a lot of effort and a lot of resource. And some people will put all they got. Some people who just joined the business a few months doesn't make enough money to their job, like this lady. And yet they're willing to give for everything because what they see. So what building means to me. Let me give you an example of how this thing works for me. I'm a poor guy. I have no place to live. I live rental. Do I want to have my dream house? Yes, I do. All my life, I want to have a dream house. And then one beautiful day, there's somebody saying, "You want to build a dream house? I'll show you how." In fact, I show you exactly where to get all the material. All the building material, I show you how to get it. You know, it's all over. But you have to go with me, and I'll show you how to get it. I'm willing to go with you. Get all of the building material. And you don't want to know how to build it? I have a blueprint. I have a blueprint. And I know I've been building many houses before. I can show you how. In fact, I'm on a Zoom call away. You want to ask me something? Just Zoom me. Or you want me to show up at your house at your service, man? I'll be your house. I'll take you out anytime you want. You want to build a house, anything, I show you. So now, how many of you here, if we offer that deal to you, somebody going to show you, get all the material to build a house. You get a free piece of land. So any piece of land, how big you want to build on a big piece of land, how big the house you want to build, it's up to you. We help you to build it. All material available, all the technical know-how available. Would you want to build a house? Well, how much that house you want to build that house worth like $1 million or $5 million or $10 million house? Or you want to build incredible biggest house in the world that worth $100 million house? How much time you want to put? Let's say $1 million. How many time do you think you need to put in to be able to build $1 million worth of a house? 3 months? 6 months? How about a year? Would you put in a year of effort? How kind of? To be able to get all the material, to learn how to build a house? Would you really do it for a year? So that you get a house that won't build a house? Would you? I'm sure you do. So how about building an SMD then? How about SMD? Is it an SMD worth $1 million? We'll show you how to get our material anytime you want. I'm at your command, at your service. Call me, Zoom me. I'll take you out every night. If you want to see someone, you want to get some material, I'll help you select the material first. I'll work with you. I have all the tools, right? I show you, and I also can duplicate. And you want to build not the house here, there, you would want to build 10 houses at the same time. One in California, one in Florida, one next to there. I can do everything with you. In fact, sometimes I buy you lunch too. And you want to complain, hear my shoulder, cry on my shoulder. Oh, by the way, that's a trick. You have to pay $125 to somebody, the city, the state, and you have to get a license that costs you another $300-400. Would you want to take that license? Well, but there's a lot of people I'm always thinking about. I have a lot of people who have PhD, master degree, but cannot pass that test. We have a lot of funny people in this business. They work in their business, they live in their life, whenever people have work on their business and work on their life. They never see anything, they never believe in anything. They never have any vision and never see anything long term. This guy, I have no PhD. I don't even have a master's degree. I graduated from a school, but I don't know where that school come from because it's not being. After I graduated this year, the war ended, and the school disappeared. But all my life, I've been looking for business. All my life. Doesn't mean that where I come from, doesn't where I'm going. I'm looking for a chance in my life. I came to this country, and every single day, I look the way up to see if there is any place for a person like me who look like me, with my ability, my skill, my limited, have a chance to be able to do something big with my life. I'm trying everything. My wife too. But after 10 years, finally, I got to the presentation of this business. And I was, at that moment in my life, I thought that I was in heaven. Because the minute I see the presentation and walk out, I feel music in the air. And from that humble beginning 37 years ago, with a background of a social worker, I just wondering, I come to America, I don't know what I do. I said, pick one, the most hectic business is social worker. And now everybody around me keep making more money, I keep making less to be able to comfort and pay a bill. And I've been, for so many years, I've been looking for a way out. And in the May of 1985, I saw this thing. Even though I have a lot of challenge in the first few years, but then not one day I do not remember why I joined this business. Because this is where I have a chance to be able to build something that I never be able to dream of. I'm seeing my own, I be here every single time. I make money, I cash the check. This is an incredible business, one of the biggest industry in the world. Anywhere I go, whether US and Canada, I go to China, I go to Vietnam, I go to Philippines, I go to India, the biggest industry in every country is still the financial industry. And I can start this thing and I can build as big as I want. And you know what? The beauty is beyond just financial. The beauty is that I have unlimited potential of people working with me. Not for me. They work with me. And this is the beauty, you know, to have a lot of people working with me. Because I don't have to pay the salary, I don't have to worry about it because I work with them. I right now have a chance to work with tens of thousands of people all over the United States, Canada, and all over the world. And I start with a couple of people. I started in 1985 with a handful of people. I began like 2000. People come and go, but I began to have a little team. And then after that, the second year business, I'm like $62,000. That's what 1986, $62,000 plus my salary of work at 27.5. I already almost hit $100,000. And at that time, I don't know anybody in my circle with $100,000. I become financially secure, and I'm working on. And 9 years after I joined, I got $1 million. The whole time, by the time 1994, I think I'm here. The whole time, those 9 years, everybody can say, "What the hell are you doing? Something wrong with you? Why you're not around?" Always question. Even today, they still wondering what I'm doing. They always say that, "No, you know, this guy's not for real." They go down and they just recruit. I don't know what's recruit for. Because you know what, they're too busy. Those people always look into something very minor in their life, and they circle around and circle around that little stuff. The world is changing. We are building a new industry. We are about now, you know, John right now bringing organization. So each year right now we bring about 10 million, right? More or less. I bring 500. I'm working on a building. Right now, our organization paid almost $2 million a day on commission. And yet we barely even get a dent in the financial industry, the dent in this incredible financial education industry. The world needs this thing. So what is building is all of that? Why we have building come? Because we value your time, your life. We do not want to come here and sell your life away for a job or something else. For selling anything, selling your time, your sweat, your expertise out there is also selling your time. Why are you building something? You know, 36 years ago, I say I should not spend one more hour of my life selling my life away. I want to come and use the rest of my life to build something. And you know what? I find that building people is the most lucrative business in the world. And it's very, very doable to build people. And the world might not get bigger because the world have more babies. So in the business of building people, the resources are unlimited. And you know what? All the people get more hungry every day. The world having more intelligent people and more hungry people is part of my market. So eventually we get how is the best thing we're going to build this year? How many big event like this we're going to build this year? Does anybody here like to work on your life, work on your business, have a bigger mind? I don't care what come is, but the one who have 100 committed people make more money than a guy who works every single day, 24 hours for the rest of their life. I don't care how smart you are, you cannot compare with someone who has 1,000 people under them. That's why you need to build. That's why you come here to learn, to duplicate, and to train people. First, you become a trainee, you become a trainer, and you become a good trainer, you become an SMD. And when you become an SMD, you have the same contract like me or Joshi or anyone here. You have the same exact contract with us because we owe 65% contract. You have the same contract to make like me. And you have the same chance to be able to build people like me. In fact, today you have a better chance because with technology, with all our support, with 300 offices throughout the country, you literally can do people all over the US and Canada at the same time. We're stopping you in the next 1 year, 2 years. You have people in every single city, every single state, and every province of Canada. The only stopping you is in here. The only thing stopping you because you are not give yourself a chance to do something big with your life. I know you're afraid. You're afraid to make it big. You're afraid to make some big move. You're afraid to talk big because when you talk big, people laugh at your face. I know you're afraid to do something big because you're afraid to do something big, and if you fail, people say, I told you so. Every time you do something, you're always afraid other people look at you and they expect you to fail, and you're afraid of those people. That's why you never let people. But there's some people like you who passionate. This is not about. It's about financial products, financial services, financial foundation, but it's more to it. We have the ability to be able to go out and help 30 million people in the next 8 years. And the best way to help people, not just to build up a financial foundation. I'm glad somebody come here and talk with me about 6 years ago, the concept of how money works, how to get better with your money. But I'm glad more because somebody bring me in this business. thanks to this business, I become financially independent much faster. You know, who say that you only make this much money? Who say that you only have one, you only do one source of income? You gotta learn from. Go to this business, I learned right away that I gotta diversify my source of income. Why do I have my job? And when I begin to get more money on different sources of income, and then I also learned how to make money work for me. For me, I gotta learn to put my money for the work. I put my money into investment. But I gotta have a big picture first. So what is that building mean to me? How, what you are going to build? See, you know how to build people, just like you build things. You want to build a house. When people give you a piece of material, but when it's there, the material, the technical part, but you have no idea what you have. You know how, what style you know how you build? Italian, Mediterranean, or French, or British, or Japanese style house, or Chinese looking house. So you have to have an idea what you want to build, and after you build your mind first, and then you build on paper. You're gonna have this paper right now, and thirdly, you gotta actually build it. By the time you build it, you need support. You need technical support. That's how you build a house. Same as this one. Tell me how big you want to build this thing. A lot of people will ask, well, what do you have to do? Oh, let me utilize it first. That doesn't mean building. You gotta tell me what you want. You should be SMD in 3 months or 6 months. Every month you can't become an SMD in 3 months. Yes. So let me sum up something very simple. That is an incredible thing. I learned 36 years ago. And also I learned it. I learned it. If you can build people's mind, you can build everything. You see, I never want to build, I don't have a dream about building Chongqing. But if we can build this market, the rest we figure it out. You know, Saint-Exupéry said that, you know, don't ever show people how to build a ship. Just show them the vision of the beautiful of the earth and sea. And those men will figure out how to build a ship. So I must owe to my trainer before, all my people with me, but I owe the technical know-how. They show me how to do the product, whatever. But I really appreciate them for building my mind, because without my mind being built, nothing is built. So what a beauty I find that is years ago is that there is a system that duplicate and build people vision and build people mind. And this is here. That's where my mind was built. And when my mind was able to duplicate other math and world. And that system, as you sit here and you see it, we build from the end. Let me say that small man always pay attention to to people. You know, they read People magazine, they get a new book, find out about a celebrity, where the celebrity eat, where celebrity sleep, where celebrity hang around with. They always look into People magazine, they want to know who this fantastic quarterback or this wonderful singer, what they do. They always read to those celebrities. Middlemen always pay attention to big things. The faster car, the most fancy stuff around. But big men always pay attention to the big event. They want to know what the event that changed the world. What the event that opened people's minds. And we're so glad to be part of a group of big men, big women in this industry. They build people's minds to big events. This is almost big event. You know, 8,000 people. But I know my mind and my life and my position was built for the last 36 years by 36 events. Every event I see my team growing. From the first start in 1985, 1 year after I joined, I bring 12 people to event like this. The first time I bring 12 people, and the rest is sweet. Because after that, we go to 30, go to 50, go to 100, and go to 1,000. Now go to 10,000. So I could impossible to build that people, but on the fastest way to build people is to build 10,000 people months. I start with 12 people, and 12 people mind that those people build 100. Personally, I cannot build 100 people, but people mind can be built. And now we have 8,500 people. That's a guy. You know what I say? You want to become an MD? Just bring 3 people to the convention. 3 people can be committed. Well, make sure that you need 3 people to become MD, so you should bring about 5 people. You said you bring 5 people to Dallas, you definitely will be MD. You bring about 10, you probably will become SMD. You bring 30 people, you have a super big pay shop, you probably will be at my next program. Do you want to bring 100? I think we have a shot. So you decided how many people to bring it down. Because you know what? It's not about you. There's the people who go to that where their minds built. So same thing with Yongxi. If people at Yongxi see something, nothing gonna stop. So here we have G22. You want to become a big man, big woman, go to a big event. Be big yourself first. My first event in 1986 changed my life forever. From a small-minded person who never see anything, never sell anything, I decided that I can make 7-figure income. The whole world laughed at me, even my wife had a big laugh at me and say, honey, you become a millionaire? Wow. But you know what? When my vision stretched, when a vision stretched, it cannot shrink back to the same size anymore. So, come to Dallas. I challenge you, how many of you here, why don't you just decide to become a CEO next year? Why don't you give yourself a shot, bring 100 people to the convention? Why plan about 3 people, 5 people? Why not expect yourself to win big? Why not expect yourself to be somebody? Why not expect you to use yourself to deserve the best? See, I could like anybody else, any other refugee, any immigrant who come to this country, I could be the person who who will settle with a director job of an agency, with a controller job of my wife in the firm. We couldn't settle for that, but we did settle for that. We're looking to become an entrepreneur. We want to become somebody so big, and because we see something. And you know what? When we see it, we cannot forget about it. Every single day I wake up and I work on my way to my big negotiation. The financial industry right now is at the new industry is at your fingertip right now. Anywhere in the United States and in Canada is wide open for every entrepreneur who decided how big you want to be. More than ever, with an iPad, with a laptop, or even the phone, the smartphone, you can have that presentation. You can do it anywhere, anytime, and play with anyone in the world. And we have this Trade Academy at 8 locations and eventually 50 locations. Most people just within driving distance. We have 300 offices available for you, and you can Zoom to people every single time. This is how big it can be in the next few years. You can build this thing much faster than we built in the past. But you have to want it. You have to see it. You have to want it big enough. You want to have a big picture. And before you build people mind, you build yourself first. And you have to build your mind first. And everything got in place. Our system has been perfected, been proven for the last 30 years. It produced people look like me to become this group of people. Why not you? And we barely started the financial literacy industry here. We know WFG right now is, WFG as a whole is $1 billion, and soon we'll half of that is $500 million. WFG will not stop at 2 billion or 5 million. I think WFG gonna go to about 10. And as a person, I think our organization will grow to 5 billion or 10 billion in the future. That's a lot that we're going to see. The future of the financial industry is in this location, is in this group. The future of the industry is in people like this. Some of you are going to have hundreds, some of you are going to have thousands, some of you, this one may have 10,000 people in your organization, and that is your 100 house, 1,000 house, or 10,000 house that you're going to have in the future. That's what we have to call. Because how much those SME work for you, how much that one work to compare with if you own a house or you own a distribution system. Let me tell you, your distribution and the whole thing for me in your head. Instead of building a house, you build the warehouse, the distribution, each SME distribution. The vendor is lined up with hundreds and hundreds of products, and the minute you open a distribution center, they got to put the product on your shelf. And that's how you build this business. So think big, guys. So everyone here in this room, if you walk out this thing and you don't register this one, you're going to regret it because this thing's going to sell out. But like Alicia said, within one day. In fact, right now, you're going to register today, reserve yours today. And maybe you surprise me, I'm going to find another location nearby Corporate. And we can double that number. We're going to go to 20,000. But let's start first with 10,000. All right, thank you guys.
All right, Toronto, you had up to 90%. But that discipline at the end is the webinar. So it's in the air now. You know, when you need discipline and responsibility, it's got to be 100%. That little 10% or even 5%, that is why you always never can take yourself to that spot. But I don't want that to be the focus. That was a great signal we just had with coaches, a great location. And I know I shared a lot today already, and Liz didn't have a chance to share earlier. She was the last one, and I want Jan to help us send off the Toronto Trainer Academy.